Good afternoon, everybody. It's been a little bit since the last stream. Hopefully, y'all have been doing pretty well. We're gonna be heading back to the Bazaar today, and maybe if we have some time at the end, or maybe even midway through, we might switch to more modded original Final Fantasy VII, which I'm very happy to get back into. I don't know. It's nice to revisit like classics, you know, from like some of my favorite games and titles and what have you. Sorry about that. If you can hear the clicking of my keyboard, the backing is going out a little bit. So, but not the backing, but the like the legs that kind of raise it up a little bit. But today, as far as some background music here, we've got, it's literally called 2.5 hours of relaxing Final Fantasy music, chill, remix, and rain, ASMR Rain Part 2. Just kind of found this on a whim. The channel is Final Fantasy and Chill. So let me just go ahead and pin that up at the top in case you wanted to listen to that yourself. Let me see. It is quite a lot, so there's going to be a lot in this little pinned title here. Oh man, and I'm getting all my windows like kind of messed about a little bit. So, and then let me put in the artist. Like I said, it's Final Fantasy and Chill, which I think is a very funny title, all things considering. We'll just do that. So there's that going up there today. Let's go ahead and sort of get into it a little bit. So like I said, we're going to be doing more of the Bazaar today. I've been playing a lot off stream, but it's been going okay. It hasn't been the best. I built up a decent amount of tickets and chests, so we'll probably be opening those today as we go through. And like I said, depending on how things go, we might switch over to modded OG Final Fantasy VII. But yeah, let's, without further ado, let's just kind of get right into it. As soon as that launches up there, we can kind of... there we go. Oh, it looks like... there we are. I was wondering about that for a second. I was like, hold on, it's something's not right. It's not showing up. As much as I love the intro, we're going to kind of get back into it now, which is good. So yeah, like I said, we've got quite a bit here. I believe I used my free ranked game yesterday. I did, or yeah, because it shows up like around 8 to 9 o'clock my time. So I wasn't even sure if I was going to stream today, but you know, it turns out that we are. So we're gonna kind of go sequentially here and hope for the best. Maybe we can get up to 20 chests. We can do 210 pulls today, which would be nice. Let's start with Pig and see how it goes from there. Hoping for good things as always, but this meta is pretty unforgiving right now, at least for me anyway. So sorry. I always make it a point to text my partner, and I forgot to do that this morning, so I'm taking care of that now. Oh wow. Well, yep. We are taking that for sure. Oh, great. We can probably beat the drone. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, whenever they offer you Regal Blade, you basically take it. I could have taken the flail, but you kind of need a lot to make flail work decently. And at the start, well, from the choices that we gave, we could have won with the flail, but it would have been. It's hard to say whether or not we're gonna win our first PvP fight. Even with Regal Blade, that might be a tough, a tall order, unless they give us like a weapon merchant at the start. We might just lose the first one, which would suck. Oh, we got a weapon there, which is good. Just don't need it. It's too slow. Small items can work. Perfect. Okay, let's try to fish for more. We didn't get anything. I do want to do. Yeah, I do want to do that. That might help a little. Yeah. Hopefully you got some weapons. Okay, good. Okay, so we're at 104, which is actually not bad. But depending on this guy, could be bad. Hopefully not. Oh, interesting. Okay. We should be fine. I think we actually might be in a little trouble. Yeah, you know what? Oh, slow that. We can get before. Okay, nice. Good. That was close. That was a lot closer than I thought it was gonna be, to be honest. Not bad though. We kind of barely made it through. Curio for more weapons would be good. That's always nice. Of course, that's good. Can probably get another one here. Ooh, okay, well, weapons gain 1 damage. Doesn't really matter. That's fine. I kind of want the crit, to be honest.
I've been sitting there 20 years waiting for you.
We want the crit, and then okay, are you gonna come in? Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so we want the wing, that's for sure. So we'll do that, and then we'll do that. So we can do this.
Now that's a bargain.
I wish we could get the agility boots, but that's fine. That's fine. Technically, we don't need these, but you never know. It's an economy item. Okay. I was gonna say, I hope it's like an ATM, but that works just as well. We don't have enough for silver tier items. We don't have any healings, so let's go with Lost and Found. That is fine. We do want to go with Mosquito, so that we could get Rush. Hopefully we get that. If not, then actually these two are okay as well. But I mean, this fight will be fine. Actually, to make this fight easier, you actually can take off everything, and then it can't slow anything. And it can't use the weapon either. So, okay, so we got that. Adjacent items gain 2% crit. Sure. I'm not gonna lie, at first I was really confused on how I was getting stuff, and I was like, oh right. Right. That's fine, I think. I think we're gonna go with EXP.
The Bazaar's a crazy place, right?
Sure.
Moving up in the world.
Sure. Okay, some weapons, please. No. I mean, there's that, but
If that doesn't work,
we actually want to take that for the economy, so okay. Not great. Might actually lose this one.
Noticed I'm huge.
Go ahead. Underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
Oh yeah. What the fuck? What? How they have so much stuff here? Oh, and they have augmented weaponry? Jeez. Yeah, no, if I'm lucky, I'll get one. No, too slow. I was gonna say, if I'm lucky, I might get one more hit in.
More is more,
But no, not at all. Upgrades. Hey. You stop being a weirdo? What are you doing over there? We don't have another property, but the income is still good, so we're gonna go with that. Medium. I think we're just gonna go with health, to be honest.
People first,
okay.
Profit 10.
Ooh.
Now that's quality.
Okay. Won't say no to that. That's for sure. I really want the ATM. Yeah, I really want the ATM. This is actually fine. Do that. Okay.
Enjoy your
We're probably okay against Flame Guy, but let's go with Scrapper instead. Oh, actually, I positioned this like shit. That's okay. Well, no, because we're trying to do this, right? But still, I should be giving this crit, even though it's not really doing a whole lot. Man, haven't crit yet. I mean, I get it, but alright. Whatever.
It's all about motivation. You gotta know what you're fighting.
Okay. Up and to the right, 4 damage. We'll take that. Non-weapons. Okay. 4 damage, 6 shields. Crit.
There are greater
I think we're gonna do that.
I'm just getting you ready for
yeah, okay. Seminar. those aren't terrible, but they're also not great, so...
My dreams are too big for you to steal.
Honestly, we're actually pretty low on our damage for Regal. Like, it's probably better for us to be, like, at least closer to 300, but... Well... Now, I was gonna say we'll probably be okay, but since this is gonna take 6 seconds, we won't. Yeah, they're gonna kill us before we get a second hit in, so... That is actually bad, although we are up against the dualies right now, so... Yeah, we're actually gonna do that.
Moving up in the world.
+8, up to the left, +8. Unfortunately, these don't stack together. I mean, that's 6% crit. We'll just leave that there. Okay.
Well, howdy, hero.
Well, that is a weapon. We need more, though.
Well, you're doing your part to clean up the bazaar.
Okay.
That's been sitting there 20 years.
Let's do that. Let's do that. Back there.
Trash is tragedy. Reuse everything.
Just for the crit chance. Not really going to use you, so that's fine. We can get that.
To see that final.
Let's work at the docks. We can get a weapon, and then we can also get some money. Well, when you use the core or another ray, your weapons gain. Well, that includes itself, right? So, okay, let's see what that does, because we don't have the core. So, I mean, at the very least, we might get an upgrade. No. Okay, so, yeah. So in that case, we can just go ahead and get rid of that.
Pretty strong.
Okay.
You looking for work?
Well, I mean, that works. Okay, you want to go out now?
I've come too far to let you stop me.
Yes? No? No, you're just sitting there? Okay. Well, it sure seems like you want to go out, but you're doing that thing, so whatever. Your weapons gain 1 damage for the fight. Yeah, that's fine. We'll just put you over there, I guess. Sell items, please. Weapons, thank you.
So, how about this weather where... Oh, you leave.
Damn. You're at 3. Don't really want to sell you now, but that's fine. Because then I can get 100 health every day, which could make a difference. Income. Oh, now you give me small items. Great. Yeah, let's just get more income.
You do see these tough.
Okay, Cat. What do you do?
know
Do you
I
want to
am
go
a
out or not?
legend on Palau.
Like, here. I swear. The most indecisive creatures on the planet next to humans.
You've got talent. You should put it toward nobler use.
Oh, don't let this get you. Pour us more out.
Wow, that was a really weird. That was a really weird build. Economy item? Eh. It's too bad we didn't get augmented weapons, but It's fine, I guess. Give your items +1 crit chance for the fight. That's a lot of pickles, but that kind of works, so... Weapons, please.
I want what's right for you.
Yeah, we'll get that just because it's more
Really
health.
gonna enjoy that.
In fact, we'll just put you over there. Okay,
I
that
used to
works.
offer a free ride home, but people thought it was weird.
Small items, weapons, please. That is actually fantastic.
I think that suits you beautifully.
Noble. We're probably okay. I feel like we should be further ahead. Like, we should probably be closer to, like, 600? Maybe even 700? I mean, so far, we're doing alright. We're doing pretty alright, but we could be doing better.
You beat me.
UA, hello. Yes, this game is quite fun. I hope you're having a good day.
You'll win, and
I
you'll
appreciate
win.
you stopping into the stream and looking. Are these kinds of games like up your alley? Like, do you really enjoy these types? Oh god, I'm getting a lot of those. I guess we can put that in there because it's extra damage, but it's kind of crazy. Yeah. Appreciate it, thank you. Ooh, that works. Guess we can put you there for now. So many pickles, it's actually crazy. Do I want to get a non-weapon? What could I get? I'm curious.
With no weapons?
I enjoyed Hearthstone Battlegrounds or TFT. Oh, okay, nice. Yeah, those are really fun. I used to play Battlegrounds a lot. I haven't played in a while. And I tried TFT, but it wasn't really my thing. But it seems a lot of fun. This season, both games look boring, so yeah, searching for another card game. Yeah, I mean, that's what I've heard. I know right now this one is kind of in like a sort of closed beta state, so but I would definitely say if this is something that's like kind of up your alley, I'll definitely give it a fair shake. Health, why not? This is the weirdest board I've ever had. Like, I can't imagine this actually being successful. Uh-oh. This is bad. I think I'm a bit too slow for the amount of shields that they build up. Like, unless I'm critting a lot, it's probably not going to end well for me. Plus, they're stacking burn, so I think they're just gonna kill me outright with burn. Yeah, one more tick. Yep. The open beta, they've been saying that it's probably going to be released next month in January sometime. They're thinking January, February. So, okay, we have small
If you
items.
have to ask the price, you can't afford it.
Perfect.
You're a
Perfect.
smart one for your size. Tell everyone you got it here. Buyer's remorse
Okay.
never. Be remorseless.
Items, I guess
I'm a
so.
people person, and sometimes
I haven't actually played Backpack Battle. I've seen it, but I don't know much about it. Is that something that you would recommend? Is that like is that one that you've played, you have fun with?
Well,
Oh, I can't afford that? Really? Oh, well, I don't need you anymore, so that's fine.
now that's quality.
if I can beat Infernal. I want to. Feel like it's probably better to go after the Mosquito, though. Do I do enough damage for Infernal? I think Infernal is like 2k HP right now, which means I would have to get in 3 hits. Let's give it a try. You know, it's all right, but for a couple hours only. That's unfortunate. It could be 2 hits if I get a crit, please. Okay. Nice. Good. Good.
Not all Jabalians are
Okay, what did I get now? Give your crit items 1 per. Oh, that's the same as over here. So many piggles. This is crazy. Do I have any upgrade? We don't have upgrade piggle. That's sad. I'm gonna go with income, even though that's probably a mistake. Let's do it again. Yeah, let's get monster loot. Doesn't really leave us with a lot, but we don't have ammo, but feather's always good. We're at 5 seconds. Oh boy. We are up against a dually. I do not. I do not like fighting dualies. Oh god. This is a 0-win dually? Really? No way. That's weird. I mean, it's not bad, it's just slow. Like, that's such a... They must have gotten a lot of bad choices. So, like, the day cycle follows... You always do a PvP match at the end. You're not really fighting against a player, though. You're fighting against a ghost of their build up until, like, a certain point in the game. So the PvP match is always at the end. Like, you get the start of day phase, which might coincide with a level up. You get a buy phase, which I'm on right now. And then, like, a monster fight, I think. And then it is something like that. So let's just go ahead. So yeah, right now we're in the buy phase.
Use it well.
I'm actually running out of space. Don't need you or those. Yeah, we'll just get you, even though you all are expensive. Yeah.
Hey, when you carry my weapon, I fight alongside you.
Yeah, so you get beginning of day, and then you get 2 event spaces, and then you fight a monster, and then you get 2 more event spaces, and then you fight a ghost. And you're just trying to get to 10 wins off the dial up here. If you're playing ranked, each of these, like, bigger ones coincide with an extra chest that you get. So if you can get here, at the very least, you'll get 1, and then 2, and then 3. And then your prestige here at the bottom is every time you lose a battle. So, like, right now we're on day 7. If I were to lose to a player or a ghost, that's how much prestige I would lose. You get 1 cheat death after your prestige is at 0. And then, yeah, once you lose again, you're out, and the game's over. And so you have, like, 3 heroes to choose from, and then you just, like, kind of build as best as you can. It's really hard to counter builds because you don't know what's ahead. You just kind of have to know what the meta's like and hope for the best. Because you're really just, like, you're just making a general build, right? So it's, like, really hard to target certain things, but Yeah, I mean, it's just like this is weird. Like this it's so odd.
Ah, a friend. I mean,
Oh,
understand.
wow. Yes, please.
Moving
So that is the highest grade of item that you can get in the game. It's diamond. So it's always like it's bronze, silver, gold, diamond. So this is the highest tier. Sometimes it's worth upgrading. Most of the time, it kind of depends. Not really. Can we beat Corsair? I think we can. And it's worth it because this guy has the skill. We want to get Fiery Rebirth, so we actually have to beat him twice, which could end up being potentially problematic. Okay. Another crit, please. I really... yeah, it might end up actually being pretty bad. I think he actually beats us because of the slow. Yeah. No. That's amazing. The grappling hook stopped us. It slowed my weapon. If it wasn't for that, probably could have won, which is pretty sad, but that's how it is. Yeah, weapon. We want to continue to build our damage. Yeah, it had all of these to go for, but it slowed exactly my weapon. So, small large could probably get us more weapons. Maybe it did, which is great. I'm always happy about that.
Large items, small items, grotesque, excessive.
I don't want this, but I want a different property. I kind of want the weight room. We'll go for health because we need to survive. Yeah.
My dreams are too big for you to steal.
Well, with the build that I'm trying to do specifically, depending on what I get, like right now, this is actually kind of fine. Solo weapon builds are pretty good because you can kind of like knock everyone out in one shot. Well, you know, the problem that lies within is the fact that you're vulnerable to like CC. So if there's anything that specifically targets something like a weapon or whatever, you're kind of screwed. But yeah. To the left. These don't stack though. I think we want to start searching for some properties. Because the damage is fine for now, but it doesn't make a super huge difference. Skills are good. I'll take skills. Deal 12. We don't have large. That's only going to get us 1%, which doesn't really work. See if they can get us something better. Use a property. No. Weapons have 6. Your items have 3. Yeah, we'll go with some crit, I guess. Normally I would go for the Burninator bot just for money and EXP, but I kind of want to do the Joyful Jack. So we could possibly get Rapid Thaw. And if we can, that would be good, because Freeze is actually pretty prevalent later on in the game, and to knock Freeze skills down by 1 second is actually huge. Good crit though. That was nice. No skill though. Big sad. Tools.
I've
Guess we
got
can check.
everything you need to do anything you want.
Abacus, no. Small items, no.
I get new stock
They did
every
change
day.
that though. That used to be
Maybe next
different.
time.
Burn
May your
items,
thirsty
maybe?
Fire shine upon you.
Not really, but I can get this just so
You've
that I can
taken
sell
another
it.
step
That's
in
fine.
their flame.
Stone. Guess we're gonna go with health. Yeah. Alright.
I should warn you, I'm not like other Jabobians. My people
It can be, yeah.
boring.
Oh no. I know what this guy's doing. Okay. We need to crit, please? Damn it. He might actually beat us. Because he's not critting. Please crit. You're at 63%. Oh, come on. You're really? We're at 77% and crit 0 times?
I believed in myself.
That is
and I
insane.
still lost.
That is my luck, though. That is my luck. What, like, I swear, whenever it's like above 50% crit chance for me to crit, it never happens unless it's at 100. And when an enemy item has below 50% crit, it 100% crits. It is like the most insane thing I've ever seen. I don't know. I mean, I'm probably like super unlucky, you know, but at the same time, it's like so stupid. It just feels kind of bad. Actually, what do I not need? I don't really need these. I want this so that I can get more health. Let's see if you have any more weapons. That's a bit too much. Do I want to get pig skills? Or, well, no. Might have weapons in here. Okay, that's fine.
By class had neither.
Damn. Okay, fine, whatever. Yeah. Okay, I don't really need anything from you. I just kind of want the XP. But if you could give me your Basilisk Fang at the end, that would be nice.
It's all about motivation.
Damn.
You gotta know what you're fighting for.
Guess I was asking for too much there. Income, change, scrap, sharpening stones. Yeah, more of that. Medium, large, regen, health. I think.
Oh, hello.
So we could get weapons. That works too.
Grand Society of Mister. Anyway, thanks.
When you kill the ghosts, no, you don't actually get anything from the players aside from EXP and some gold. You don't get any of their items, so.
I'll show those stumps back home. I'm gonna be a business
Unfortunately.
tree.
Ooh. Oh, I'm one short. Are you kidding me? For real? Fine.
It's not really my size, but I guess.
Oh, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it.
If I don't
Yeah,
have
medium
what you
items.
need, I'll help you find who.
Okay,
Just
that's
toss that on my
good.
back, and I'll trot it to your door.
Okay, so another
My dreams are
dooley.
big for you to steal.
Ooh, this is a shield guy. Temporary shelter. Crit, please. Please crit, please crit, please crit. Ouch. Oh, I'm dead. Damn, look at that. 50%. I had just about as much. So that was me losing my my cheat death there, or using it up. Chant item with burn. I don't really have stuff that burns, so I guess we'll do it on this. Not really worth it though. I had a decent amount of health too. It's actually crazy. Ooh, that's too much. And those are useless.
People first, profit 10.
Okay, that is fine. Those are too expensive though.
Yes, I will dance with you.
We should be okay against this guy. We kind of haven't actually gotten any.
The bazaar is
Okay.
corrupt. Let the desert
Oh, it's because of the foreboding winds. Yeah. That's a bad skill. That's a really bad skill.
Now that's quality.
As weird as that is to do. Weapons, nice.
Live to retire. Buy my weapons, and you might.
Okay.
Newful teaches stillness. I prefer action.
Normally Crook would be good, but since I just get
Enjoy
more
the
from
thrill of battle.
selling, there's no point to me really having that. Ooh, steep.
Use it well.
It's fine, I
Make me
guess.
proud. Go make some more stories, then come back and tell me.
Small.
I would never debase my wares by
Oh, come on. Why would you sell me a diamond kukri?
Shall I gift wrap it for you?
Alright. Okay.
You do see these tusks, right?
Ooh. This is... I need to crit, because he's got the thing that actually lowers my weapon. Okay, I should be okay. Nice. They were stacking poison like crazy. Could have been pretty awful if not for that. Weapons gain 2. Nah. Oh, come on. Oh, what is that? Ugh.
You see that, Barkin? That's how it's done.
Yeah, it's you're paying into it. It's pretty expensive, unfortunately. I don't know. I mean, personally, like if you're just trying it out and you weren't sure, it's definitely like hard to say. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be out in probably another month or so. So, I don't know. It should be pretty okay. I am actually afraid of the property baron, but I think I'm worse off with the enforcer, because I think we can beat the baron, but at the same time I don't know. So I'm just gonna go with the alchemist just to be sure. I would be more inclined if my crit was higher, but since I'm relying on all the pickles, there's a good chance that the baron just destroys me.
Should have used powder of
Belgorod.
53. Okay.
I've come too far to let
Oh,
you
well.
stop me.
Don't need that. No Piggle upgrade. Come on. I guess we're getting health. It'll help us survive longer. Weapon skills. Yeah, let's get some skills.
Is filled.
If only I had
It is
shields.
paradise.
Oh, actually, that's amazing.
I have not done
Hell yeah, lifesteal. Let's go.
embarrassing, yes.
Freeze item could get us a weapon? Damn. Oh, that's money. Ooh.
Are you sure? Noticed I'm huge?
Alright, which Julie are you? You are... Ooh, that's interesting. Okay. Oh, I might actually lose here if I don't... Yeah, I'm actually gonna lose this one. Damn. Nice. That's actually a crazy build. I like that. It's meta, but it's like also off meta too. That's okay. We got like a chest, so that's fine. Okay. Good enough. Good enough. So that puts us at 19. So let's do a 10 pull. Why not? Times 10. Hopefully we get a new skin or something for one of the characters. Ooh, hey. That's a new dually one. I like that. Alright. Let's equip you with the new one. That doesn't look too bad. I like it. Okay. Wait, I thought I had 19. Whatever.
No kings, no
That's
masters.
fine.
But you do need a captain.
I haven't had a huge amount of luck with Vanessa this patch, so this is probably going to be pretty bad. Let's do it anyway. Please, not bad items. Wow. I want this one really bad. But they're also offering up a cutlass. It's so hard to say. Let's go with cutlass. Silver tier. I don't know what they can offer me at silver tier. Let's check. Cannon. Barrel. I don't like either of those, to be honest. If I re-roll, I won't be able to afford anything more than likely, so we're gonna pass. Kyber drone. We want this or this. I've never gotten their skill before. Nice number. Cool. You basically can't lose
Not even a battle? Maybe
the
a
opening fight
skirmish?
unless you fight the snake. So, okay, well, great. Oh, perfect. That is actually amazing. This is actually pretty good too for the opening. So we're gonna go with that. That's actually really nice. We do have enough money for curio. That's good. So is that. This as well, because it adds to our overall damage. There we go. Now it's at 4.4. So that took 0.1% or 0.1 seconds off, which is nice. That's fine for now.
We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble.
I really hope to not lose against Dooley. They're okay, so they are playing the typical Monitor Lizard build. I should be okay, but we'll see. Oh yeah, this should be fine. This is fine. That's interesting. So that means they went to a skill vendor and they're counting on eventually getting fire of some sort, which is definitely possible in the early game. That's pretty neat. I don't think there's anything medium that we can get early that's good, aside from Cutlass already. So we're gonna just go here and get XP so that we can get ahead of the curve a little. Medkit no, scrap no, aquatic. Are there any friends that we need? Could get an aquatic item, I guess. I mean that's all right.
Come on in. Let's chat.
Nah. It's not really worth it. No. Okay. 10 City Mare is pretty important. It would be really good if we could get augmented weaponry. That would be pretty kick-ass if we could do that. I will accept a constellation of the Sharpening Stone, but please, please, please augmented weaponry. That would set us up pretty huge for the rest of the game. Okay. Excuse me. Skill? That makes me sad. You don't need y'all, that's fine. Actually, that could be good. She always has the permanent crit chance. So, let's do that. That's not going to get crit chance, but whatever. Let's do monster loot. Pretty much always take monster loot. Damn, nothing good. Well, let's do this real quick. Do that. This. We'll hold off on that for a second. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, since we're not even going to get anything out of the steel this round, might as well not even have it on the board. Ooh, that's interesting. Okay, nice crit. Let's keep doing that, please. Oh, I didn't see that he had regeneration. He might actually win. Ah! Damn. It's all because I didn't crit one time.
Another empty chest, waiting
Big
to
sad.
be filled.
Oh man. That sucks. Do I want to get cinders? Is that preparing too far ahead? Probably is. Let's get the scrap because I can, now that I have more space, I can actually put this in. And then we can do that. So they didn't have the space last time, so this isn't really going to get huge benefit, but it's still fine. Do I get income? Nah. If I go for small items, I'd be looking for an upgrade to the silencer, which I probably should do now, just because as we get further on into the game, we got nothing. As we get further into the game, it gets harder to find stuff like that, so we do have this dude though, which is good because we want one of the fiery cutlasses. Okay. Two HP. Hanging on by a thread.
Shame to the Volcander Islands.
It's over already.
Damn.
We barely got our flags up.
Okay, that is out now, so we can bring you back in. Might find an upgrade for you. Don't know. What can I get right now on day 3? Small, medium.
As a GSM and master merchant, I can sell you things.
Well, I can't even use that, so there's not really a point. Oh man, I was hoping it would at least sell me a crow's nest, but I guess not. Yeah, let's try and see if we could get a fight. Okay. Okay, please crit more. I know we're only at 15%, but come on. This guy is eventually going to overwhelm us if you don't crit. Please crit. Come on. Crit, please. We're probably fine, but still, thank you.
See that plank?
Alright.
Place to store the rest of the tyrant's
Scrap.
gold.
Might go for income, to be honest. Yeah. I think that's the way.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
Ooh, interesting. Honestly, unless I crit each time, he's probably got me, to be honest. Okay, that was good. One more double crit, please. We're probably okay. Uh-oh, we might not be okay. Come on. Okay. Just barely, just barely.
Lamb legs make you
Good.
predictable.
Yeah, early
You
wins
move
are
in
like
straight
super
lines.
important, so don't really need any weapons. Not really a poison item I can get that's good. I mean, we could use the extract, but I think we're just gonna get some chocolate so that we can build up our health. Oops, hello. And of course build up the temporary shelter. Non-weapons. I mean, we could just juice the shelter, right?
But I'm glad you bought this.
Actually, I kind of bought that out of order. That's a big whoops.
Your aura guided me to what you needed.
I don't know if we beat the raider. I want to try because it would get us a crow's nest potentially, but because I think he has a lot of what's this called? A lot of life steal. So I think we're just gonna go with the dervish. We're just not gonna take any chances. There's a good chance the dervish beats our ass too, but we have a lot better of a chance of beating them than anything else. So, plus they can't recover HP, so that's also good. No crits, unlucky. There we go. That's nice.
You have the metal to be a dervish.
One of these.
Waste of
Oh, yeah.
Another
It's money.
empty chest, waiting to be filled.
Cinder, sharpening stone. Yes, because we need to build up as much damage as we can. Curio's also good. We might get an upgrade for the shelter too. Okay, those will help. That's good. That's good. Scrap. Want to do that to get some. Actually, what's. Hello? Okay, so it's down to 4. Hold on. 4.7. Okay. More damage. Nothing we can apply that to yet, but I'll still take it anyway. In fact, let's set that up like that. Okay.
People first, profit 10.
Upgrade for that would be nice. Let's just get
doesn't
that.
work out for you. Come back for a refund. Happy to make a sale. Sad to say goodbye.
Not going too well here. Okay.
We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobody.
I'm actually surprised on day 4 going into day 5 we haven't been offered much in the way of large items. It's really strange. Ooh, this is actually scary. I don't like this. Ooh, this guy might actually have us. Yeah. That's not bad. That's not bad.
I've got another salvo in me.
And actually, we were getting some memory leaks there, so I'm going to restart the client. Whenever it starts slowing down, it's usually because of the memory leak in the game, which they haven't patched out yet or fixed. So, very unfortunate. But it just means resetting once an hour, as annoying as that is. Okay. All right. Small items.
You can't afford it. You want to buy that? I mean, excellent choice. You're a smart one for your size.
If I was running slow, that would be alright, but we're just not. Okay, let's search for items again.
Place, right?
There's the nest.
Yeah. If that doesn't work out for you, come back for a refund.
Put you up there. Do this, actually. Just get you to further juice the thingy.
So, how about this weather where... Oh, you're leaving. That's good.
40% and lifesteal. We're probably okay. But I think they have the thingy. So we'll find out. Okay. Okay, we should be fine. Please? There we go.
Waste of gun.
Oh, that's nice. Take that. So we'll sell it closer to 20. Leftmost silver tier. In that case, we're upgrading you.
Now this
50%. So we're at 65%, which is nice.
Just aside your deathstruments.
Sure, upgrade.
The quicker the fight.
You are enough, friend. But I'm glad you bought
We can do better than 13.
Sale, no sale. I want what's right for you.
Well, I mean, that's cool, but we're still can't really use it, make good use of it anyway. It's the first time in a long while that they got this to me early, though, so it does feel kind of bad. But oh well, what can you do? Just get you.
Free. I like the exercise.
Nothing, yeah. Okay, another dually.
We're out to dethrone King, not to squabble with nobodies.
Oh, interesting. Shield dually. Okay. I actually might not be able to beat shield dually, to be honest. Unless I crit a lot. Doesn't look like it, yeah. Yeah, they're gonna outscale me here. Plus the damage on this is too high.
You've got talent. You should put it toward nobler use.
Okay, I need...
Hi, I'm Quixel.
Master Merchant.
I need something better. Because everything that I have right now just isn't working.
Huge things.
Sure.
Ah, now this will inspire the crew.
Yeah, let's go with
With
non-weapons.
Leave with
Okay,
big
not really.
bargains.
It's at 11. That's still not great.
I suppose you'll go buy a weapon instead.
I don't think we can beat Infernal. Foreman, I guess. Should be fine here for the most part. Yep.
See that plank? Walk it.
That's interesting. Poison. Scrap. Scrap, I guess. Still not at a place where we can sell that.
Welcome in, hon. What can I get you?
Nope. Man, that's actually pretty awful. Damage could be good. Even if we lose the shelter, we'll get that just in case.
And I'll trot it to your door.
Ah, a friend. I mean, a customer.
Man, we're actually getting screwed on items right now. Extra damage could matter. So let's do that for now and see how this goes.
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms. My fight isn't with you, but
It's just kind of too bad we're not at 100% crit. At 65. Oh, and he slows. Are you kidding? Actually, we might not be fine, actually. No, they're gonna...
all
Yep.
cannon, no ball.
Man. Just too slow. Just too slow.
Next time, boys, less blunder, more plunder.
Make deals, not war.
That doesn't help us. Come on. Please stop giving me bad items. Like, this is actually insane. Wow.
Tiny Andy says I'm close to being.
This might be a no chest run. Just because we're getting screwed on itemization. It's already day 7. And if you don't have a build put together by now, you're actually in an extremely bad position. But they've given us no skills to haste. Our items are too slow because they're not giving us items. They're not giving us the right ones. So yeah, we're actually in an extremely poor position right now. Which is kind of sad. It really shouldn't be like this with this build,
Oh,
but...
already? We barely got
Okay.
our flags up.
Thieves Guild is something. Scrap. Take the sharpening stones because we need more damage. Damn. Crit skills? Yeah, probably, huh?
I see yours already.
this isn't a usage, so, but extra crit's good. 70%.
Ability begins with belief. You can think yourself faster.
Haste one aquatic item. That doesn't really help me. These are actually kind of bad. Not even that's an aquatic item. Or 13, that's still not good enough. A quick freeze, I guess.
Is just a measurement. And all
Okay, and before we do that, let's use you. Can get some money. Yeah, let's raid the vault. Okay. Let's get you. And let's be extremely careful not to get
Need to throw something
any upgrades. Get you. Okay, good. Okay. Okay.
Go ahead.
Oh shit, this guy has a lot of HP. It's probably a sustain build. Which is bad for me, because I don't have the damage to really outdo him right now. Yeah. We're probably going to get to the point where this gets to close to 180 damage, and he's going to just start out-damaging me. Since the cooldown is reduced by 1% for every 2 damage that it has. So once this gets close to 180, it's just going to destroy me. This is too slow. I mean, I'm doing good damage for now, but like the storm's starting and he has way more HP than I do, so the storm's just gonna straight up kill me and leave him alive just because he has 7k HP. Big sad. Well, here we are at death's door again. Well, sure. Now that item can't get CC'd, which is nice, but
this world is full of noise.
like it kind of doesn't matter. At 8. We don't slow at all. Let's get something else. More crit. Yeah, let's up the crit chance.
I'm a people person, and sometimes I sell stuff.
Wow.
Buy, don't buy, as long as we get to hang out.
Yeah, unfortunately, this build is just bad. It's too slow. We got no items that hasted this. I mean, sometimes that's just how it goes, but it feels bad because it's not your fault, right? You're just trying to make the best build possible, and at every turn the game says no. But especially with Vanessa. With Vanessa, if you just don't get going within the first, like, 2 days, you actually pretty much just auto-lose. Which feels pretty bad. Oh, wow, this got down to 1. Crazy. Damn, all these actually suck. Okay. Okay, something decent, please. Oh, so bad. Why? Why are you continuing to give me bad choices? These are bad. That is bad. Wow. God, I don't even know. I don't even know. Do I even try to pivot? Well, I mean, this can't be CC'd, though. So depending on who we're up against, which is probably a dually. You know what? Let me just buy it, and let's see what we got. Okay, we're up against a Vanessa.
Anyway, thanks.
Let's just go for it. If we lose, we lose.
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend.
And it'll feel bad if we do.
I
Because
may
like
be
I said,
young
this
for a
build has
captain,
actually just
but
kind
I've
of been
seen
bad.
my share of storms.
Ooh, okay. Oh my god, are you kidding me? 75% and neither hit crit, please? Okay. Please crit for the rest of the fight. We kind of need you to. Oh, it doesn't matter. We're gonna die.
You fall like a boulder.
I can't. We had 75% chance to crit twice, and we lost both rolls. This fucking game, I swear. It really hates me when it comes to crit. Too pathetic. And we lost a place, which is cool. This game, man, feels bad. Feels bad. Alright, well, I mean, you know, we got another 10 pull. I want to feel better about myself, so let's do another one. I can't believe we got nothing out of that game. It's actually disgusting and gross. Oh, I think that's a new one for Pig, which is nice.
I'll show the folks back home what's possible.
It is a new one. That's cool. Hello? Okay. Alright, dually it is. Alright, what do we got? Companion core. Small items.
Mine is highly concentrated.
Wow. Sure, I guess. Ooh, this is gonna be a slow one. I'm glad they made this storm quicker. Because, boy, before it was like slow as hell. I was kind of hoping we were going to get something else, but that's fine.
Just close your eyes and grab something.
No, that's sad.
Reward the peaceful, punish.
Okay. Oh, it's another one. Are you also a companion? Oof, actually yes. And because he has the fire thing that's continuously going to build, I think he's actually going to beat me. Yeah. Yeah, because I'm not going to get past his first Aiden. So I lose. Straight up. That's annoying. I mean, with Dually, it's fine. You can actually afford to lose for the first couple of days. You really don't want to, though, but...
Hi, I'm Quixel, Master Merchant or something.
Okay, we'll get you just because, but we really want other things, and right now this is actually pretty awful. So let's put you there. Come on, something good, something good. This is actually crap. Wow, this is actually one of the worst starts I've ever had as companion dually. Although I do find more often than not in ranked, for whatever reason, dually just really does bad. At least like when I pilot him, so it's probably me that's just bad. But like even when I get a good setup, I haven't been offered Monitor Lizard or anything, so I'm actually kind of worried. Like look at this. It gave me literally nothing. That's at 1.
I feel like that decision comes from a negative.
Yeah, I can't really afford to go anywhere, so I guess I'll just get that. We can hold off.
We're out to dethrone a king, not to squander.
I'm actually worried about this run. Ooh, that's not good. It's got 5% crit, which means it's probably gonna crit me pretty hard. Yeah, I'm not doing enough to bring his overall health down.
I paint my
And there's the crit. At 5%, there's the crit. It never fails. It never fails. It's so lame that happens. I hate it. Let's do you. Let's do that for free. Cinders. Yeah.
Small things.
All right, come on.
Seeds, acorns,
Really?
home.
This is bad. Come on. Really?
Am I even a master merchant?
This is gonna be rough. I'm hopeful, but... Okay.
A dervish without honor.
Oh, nice. Well, we got one of those, which is good.
Take your time. I'm pretty laid back.
Are you serious? Really? You're just not gonna offer
Someone
me.
else finds it. It all works out.
You're just not gonna offer me anything. That is crazy.
People here look so...
Why would you do that?
Don't
No monitor lizard, no raise. It's about to be day 4.
Go ahead. Underestimate me. It makes
Rough.
this more fun.
Oh no. 70%. Oh, and they've got the healing for the 5%. Or the 5 regen. Okay, maybe.
Bring her about.
Okay.
I've got another salvo.
Gotta win. Win's important. Which one is this? Haste item. Damn, no monitor lizard. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I think we upgrade the core. Well, we technically have a slow item, but I don't know how long we're going to keep that going. I guess.
I will teach you to swim this river of time.
Sure.
Child,
That could actually matter, so it's probably good that we do that.
charm slowly.
Alright, we should be okay on this one, but
What's one more scar?
we really just need better stuff. Haste, yep. Okay, that's good. Small.
The smaller
Yeah.
the portions, the finer the meal.
It's not the ray that we want. That could work,
Small
though.
one for your size.
Still at 1. This has inadvertently become a fire build. And thankfully, because we have the companion core, it doesn't matter where we put our stuff. Ooh, this could be problematic, potentially. Just because of the shield scaling. The shield scaling is what worries me. Yeah, their shielding is scaling in too far of an excess of what we can currently do with fire. We should be okay because it looks like we're wearing them down now. Okay, cool. Yeah, I was gonna say that's actually pretty diabolical. But that's good because it's not your typical meta, so I also appreciate that a lot.
I would never debase my wares by.
Okay, we'll get
Remember,
you just in
diamonds
case.
come in small boxes.
Okay. Yeah.
Discounts for peace.
I'll take that.
For the good of all.
The fact that we still haven't gotten a monitor lizard, though, kind of worries me. Sometimes you get them on day 1, and then usually if you haven't found them on mid-game, you kind of never really see them again, so this is always troubling. Nice. 3's good enough. Lighter's decent, but it's not really doing anything. Let's do this.
I'm a people person, and sometimes...
Okay, very good. Hey, there's our buddy.
Now,
Okay.
if that doesn't work out for you, come back for a refund.
We want to put you here, and then we want to put you here, and get rid of you. We might keep the cutlass, and we might keep the amber. Medium, kind of too poor for that, so let's hope for a fight. We got it.
Which dueling academy did you attend, huh? But I
There we go.
followed the 10 principles of dueling.
Actually, that's better placement, to be honest. Leftmost silver? Yeah, because that'll help us build up poison faster, so... Definitely.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
Ooh. Actually, they might beat me just out of pure damage. Actually, no, we're
Like
good.
my crew says at the bar, another round.
Oh, interesting. They have the poison skill with no poison. Although I do have this, and I took off my guy, so... Okay.
You rush from moment to moment.
Ah, no upgrades. I don't know why this appears under slow when it's got no slow. That has to be a bug. They probably know about it, but let me just put that in.
Sun and moon spin like a wheel. You will return.
Well, if I were to get weapons, all I would want were missiles. Oh, okay. Looks like stream was being weird for a second there. Oh no, we're starting to drop frames. That's not good. Oh, nope, looks like we're back up. Okay. It's giving me a heart attack. Hello? Oh no, it's bugged. Hold on, let me go back to the menu. Okay, that should be fine. I hate when that happens. There we go. Nice. Okay, so what can we get for dually? Oh wow. Yes. Yes, you never turn that one down. Okay, got that. Oh god. I think this guy has a more toxic build than I do, yeah. No surprise there. Medium? Was there anything medium that I needed? We can check.
Sale, no sale. I want what's right for you.
Maybe, actually.
Just toss that on my back, and I'll trot it to your door.
I think that's the play.
I pay well
Find
for
out.
inside things.
Oh, that would be nice, huh? Alright.
You see that, Barker? That's how it's done.
Yeah, let's go for Joyful Jack so that we can get the, potentially the Rapid Thaw. I'll also take the extracts. The extracts are good.
You've got me, stem and all.
Rapid Thaw. Oh, nope. That's fine. Okay. Mountain Pass. Let's get a fight. Very nice. Charles actually has no damage, so just purely annoying. Which is fine, because he'll just get poisoned to death and we'll be right as rain, so... There you go. Okay. Icy Hammock would be nice if we had some way to utilize it in this build, but we do not, so goodbye. Health, scrap, upgrade core. Let's just upgrade the core since it's free.
The smaller the portions.
We should start building health, though. We need the survivability. We may bring you back in, so maybe. Okay. 3 HP.
Too big for you to steal.
Ooh, it's a classic build. Golf clubs. Unfortunately, that's not going to matter against poison, but...
I believed in myself and I
Not
still
bad.
lost.
If
Small
you have to
items.
ask the price, you
Very
can- You're a
nice.
smart one for your size.
You know, why not? You never know. Let's get some health. Vortex. Vortex slows and burns me. I think we're gonna go with rock. We could get a feather. I don't think we're building crit on anything. No, so if we got Cosmic Wind, well, that would be fun. Currently can't utilize it, so feather would be nice, please. Could also use more skills. Skills would be good. Like when we poison for the first time, freeze. Feather's good. Happy with that. 1. Burn. Poison extract. Yes, sir, and or ma'am. We'll take those.
Nothing tiny,
Upgrade
nothing
for this
huge.
guy, maybe?
All about moderation.
No.
You might try JJ's shop.
Skills.
Lessons are painful. Are you prepared?
Poison. First time you fall below half, shield equal to 20%. That could be worth it. Let's see if they can offer us anything better. Large item, nope. Large item, nope. Crit. Poison. Sure.
We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobody.
Oof. This is actually a scary build. I don't like this. I think we'll be okay.
Got talent.
Okay.
You should put it toward nobler use.
Did we just restart? It feels like it's going a little slow again. Just in case, let me reset. Sorry about that. Memory leaks suck. Okay. Alright, so...
Weapons are loud and messy.
Ooh.
Thank you.
That's a nice upgrade. Bazaar Con. EXP. Let's get ahead of the curve while we can. Poison. Okay. Sell you. Excellent. I think we can beat the Death Knight, so we're gonna go for it. It'll get us even further ahead, which would be nice. Honestly, here, anything that we could sell is good. Desperate Freeze would be good. We really don't have any other usage for any other skills, so kind of don't need it. I mean, that's nice, but we can't utilize it, so that's going away immediately. Yeah, let's see if we can find an upgrade for these two here. Darn. Upgrade leftmost item. Let's upgrade metronome.
Reward the peaceful, punish the warful.
No.
You're listening to me.
Well, that's too bad.
That's good.
Ooh, it's another one of these guys. Ooh. We got a tie. I got him to exactly 0, so I win. Nice. Winning ties are extremely important, so I'm glad that happens. Another Bazaar Con. EXP. Pretty much always EXP. Let's build our health. Can we beat Property Baron? Let's try. I don't think we can beat the Void Golem, so... Got crit. Should be good. Just barely. Not bad. Okay. Poison or health? I'm gonna go with poison. Okay. Skills. That's nice.
Nothing tiny,
Okay, for
nothing
you.
huge. All about
Ooh,
my
missiles. Multicast.
I used
Okay.
to offer a free ride home, but people thought it was weird.
Let's give it a try. Uh-oh. Oh, God. Oh, I needed one more second. Damn.
I would never debase my wares by haggling. Ugh.
Virus would be funny, but I think it's too late for that.
I understand. Class isn't for
Let's get
everyone.
health and Property Baron again. We got that twice. That is actually insane. Okay. Health.
Oh, hello. I mean, welcome to my business.
Ah.
Oh, okay. Maybe next time?
Everyone here is huge. It's terrifying.
Sure, why not? Well. Another dually. Jeez. Okay, well, I have more HP, so if I can build poison faster than he can, I should be okay. Although he's building fire, so... Oof, okay. Another tie, which means I win. Scary. I guess we can afford to dig for a little bit. Oh, wow. Actually,
That
yeah.
belongs in a museum, but I guess you can keep it.
Not gonna use you or you. Let's put this up so that we can give you crit. Freeze skills are a must.
Don't move at all. Is that slow enough for you?
Okay,
Go
we
on
do have
then,
burn.
have a little battle or
Let's go after
something.
the octopus. As per usual, that's what I'm used to seeing. More poison.
Come with no weapons, leave with big bargains. I feel like
Dang, just not what I want, not what I need. Oh, damn, that actually could have worked. That's fine. Paralytic poison is just as good. Instead if I had exactly one weapon, like slow or something, which I do. I only have one weapon, which is the missiles, so... Okay, I should win this one? Yeah. I don't like that weird visual bug where it says that they have more HP than they do. Yeah,
imagine
okay.
the wonders waiting for us in the ground.
That would almost be comedic. Wow. Deadly Dinosaur. That's actually insane. Yeah, nope. Didn't really find anything. Health. Skills. Large item. Oh. That could work, actually. Because we only have one weapon. So basically anything that's small is going to get frozen for 1 second. Which could make the difference. %1 crit chance.
People first, profit 10.
Whatever they offer Robotics Factory, I just never have space to put it in my build. Haste? Haste or crit? So I could crit Companion, but then I could also haste missiles. We're gonna haste missiles, yeah. I think that's the play. Let's get some chocolate. Basically never gonna use y'all, so that's fine. And not ballista anymore. Another dually. Big surprise. Ooh, formidable one too. Oh, and he's got the foreboding winds skill. That could work against him, actually. Yeah, kinda is. He's dead. I would have been dead in another second, but it's pretty bad getting foreboding winds. Don't get me wrong, it makes sense, but it's just for him. It just was not a good idea, especially given the current meta.
The Bazaar is not kind.
Definitely don't want to be doing
If I
that.
don't have what you need, I'll help you find
Of course.
You leave it behind.
Okay.
Someone else finds it.
Alright. If only I could put you in the build, my friend. I wish. I wish. Yeah, we'll reduce cooldown by a bit.
The smaller the portions, the finer the meal.
Nope.
If you want something big and ugly, go see Pole.
Okay. So this is potentially the last day. And of course we're fighting another dually. I don't think I've used my cheat death yet. No, because we've got 1 prestige, so I can afford to lose. And then we might go into the final day. Oh god, he's got Chrono Barrier. And Icy Companion. Yikes. Oh, he's got so much poison built on me already. I think I lose this one, to be honest. Yeah. Okay. Well, it doesn't matter if that guy gets frozen. I guess we'll do it on the core. Just get a Radiant Core. And actually, before we go into the final day, I need to use the restroom, so I'll be right back. Okay. Back. Why not? Let's see what we can get from you. Ah. Burn skills? Oh, true, we can get that.
No flare, no fire.
It's actually not bad, but I think we still want to go with Frostfire. Because that way we can still freeze a bunch of stuff, which is good. Oh yeah, this guy's gonna get to do absolutely nothing. Okay. Yeah, I think ideally going into the last day, we want to go up against a solo weapon Vanessa, I think. Ideally, that's what we would want, but whether or not that happens is kind of... I don't know. Yeah, okay, let's see if we can get any more upgrades. Well, I wish. Okay, medium.
I'm pretty laid back.
Darn.
Hey, that's okay. It's been nice talking.
Wait, is this the guy we were up against last time? Callert? I don't remember. Alright, well. Final obstacle is a dually, so... No, this is actually a different dually. Interesting. We might be okay? Ooh, actually we might not be. Really? We needed one more second. Damn. Well, it's two dualies stopping us from getting that last win. That's kind of sad. Okay. Alrighty, well, let's do one more. Let's
show
do...
the folks back home.
Do you want to do a Vanessa run or a pig run? Let's do pig. Okay, what do you got for me? Briefcase it is.
I would spar with you, but this leg.
Ooh.
Nuvo teaches stillness. I prefer action.
Okay.
We'll make some more stories, then come back and tell me. And when you carry my weapon, I fight alongside you.
Drone. Okay.
You seem like a nice person. Maybe too nice.
I would never debase my wares by it. Remember, diamonds come in small boxes.
Right.
You're a
Okay.
smart one for your size. Whoever said money can't buy class had neither.
Let's check out Silver Tier. Wow. Well, I mean, Yeah, that just kind of doesn't really work right now. But take that. I'll be fine. Maybe not against Dooley, though.
Noticed I'm huge?
Yeah, probably not. I think we're screwed on this one. Especially because I have no crit on my blade. Ooh, and he's got Region 2. Yeah, no, this is over. And that region at the start, it does matter. It does matter.
Still lost?
Few warriors live to retire. Buy my weapon, enjoy the
Okay.
thrill of battle. Okay. Use it well. Make me proud.
I can already see all the treasures I'll put here.
Income, even though we don't have the property. Okay. Doggo. I think we go for thief. So we could get a cloak. Be really nice. To get in 2 more hits, which we should be able to do. Okay.
It's all about motivation. You gotta know what you're fighting for.
Medium.
If I don't have what you need, I'll help you find who does. Oh,
That's
delivery's
actually pretty
free.
good.
I like the exercise.
I pay
Small.
well for mid-sized things. I've
Okay.
got 4 legs because I carry this company.
Julie. It's 8 for 2. Might as well do that. Okay.
I should warn you, I'm not like other Jabarians.
Good lord. It's got a full build already. It's crazy. Yeah, I'm just dead. How do you have this much on day 2? That is
I'll
insane.
admit, that was impressive. For me, this is talking fast.
Landscraper. Yeah, but I mean, that doesn't really help me. It's probably better to just do that. Hope for weapons, which we got, so that's good. Oh, we do have property now because of that.
Come on in. Let's chat. So, how about this weather? Oh, you're leaving.
Okay. So 2 more hits-ish. Alright.
Jabalians are pacifists.
Oh, a customer.
Shield. Of course, now I get weapons.
But I can help you. And when you carry my weapon, I fight alongside you. Nufo teaches stillness. I prefer action.
You do see these tusks, right?
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
Oof, actually, this might be a pretty tough one. Well, we should have this one in the bag. Yeah.
Like my crew says at the bar, another round.
You've got potential. I bet I'll see you again.
Weapons.
My
Okay.
battle days are over, but my weapons crave. Enjoy the thrill of battle. Oh, you can't. Go make some more stories, then come back and tell me.
I'm about to level, so let's hold off on that. Silver.
Now that's quality.
Small items.
Just taking the first step toward good taste. You want to buy that? I mean, excellent choice.
It's extra damage. Brawler.
What you looking at?
Can't do Hydra, dude, because we have weapons. We're on dually, though, maybe. Problem with this build is it's too slow.
Hey, what's one more scar?
Like, it's nice, but it doesn't serve the function that we need it to. We need it to be a lot faster. And right now it just kind of isn't. Oh, do that. Put that in. Upgrade to you.
It's history.
That's fine. We don't need an upgrade for that. Small weapon, yeah. Okay.
My people believe in peace. Boring.
Oof. Okay. Yep. This is gonna be pretty rough. Oh, and you froze my stuff. Yeah, this is a loss. That freeze really screwed me up, but I honestly would have lost anyway. I didn't have enough damage behind my stuff. Okay, Curio could be good.
Just a matter of finding it. That's been sitting there 20 years.
Get you. Okay. Crits. Yeah, I mean, even 1% is still something.
Are you doing your part to clean up the bazaar? Warms my rusty circuits to see that find a home. Trash is tragedy. Reuse everything. Well, you
Just
doing
barely
your
afford
part
the
to clean up
claw.
the bazaar. More is more out of
Sharpening stone. Get more income. I think we get more income, yeah. Let's work at the docks and get another weapon. Potentially sell. That works. We probably have enough damage for the nobles, so let's go for it. I kind of really want the Petrifying Gaze, although Basilisk Fang works well. So does the Toxic Clockwork Blades.
A Gorgon always.
Okay.
I've come too far to let you stop me.
Okay, weapons.
Hey, when you carry my weapon, I fight alongside you.
Ooh. Too bad we kind of have to sell all of these in order to make that work. That feels kind of bad. Fine.
Enjoy the thrill of battle.
Okay. Are we getting a lot out of our shields? Or spiky shield? Not really, so... Get rid of you. Get
Use it
you.
well. Make me
Do
proud.
that.
Nufo teaches stillness. I prefer action.
Health. Yeah. Well, actually, this is 30. We're just getting more out of it by doing that, so... Okay. Alright.
My dreams are too big for you to steal.
The only problem is if they have freeze, which they do... Oh god. Yep. Well, they hit me once, I'm dead.
Bravery
Yep.
without strength is a sword.
105% crit. That is crazy. Let's do income. Because we still have the ATM with us. Haste items.
Let's make this quick, okay?
Haste item for 2. Haste item for 1. Hasted for 1 second. I mean... Well, this works in conjunction with the ATM, so that's probably pretty good. And why not, right? So let's just do that.
Size dilutes the brain. Mind is highly... Tell everyone you got it here.
Sure. Nope. We cannot beat Lich. I think we're gonna go with the mosquito. Paralyzing Rush could be good because we actually have a multi-tool. So, it would be nice if we could. Insect Wings are also fine.
Believe you'll win, and you'll win. But
okay.
Not against me.
Weapons.
But I can help you.
That's a good one. So is that. So is that.
Okay. You carry my weapon, I fight alongside you. Go make some more stories, then come back and tell me.
Chocolate bars. All right. Should be okay, relatively. Yeah. Okay. Off meta dually, going with crit. I respect it. I respect it. Health. Yeah, we'll just go with a weapon. Yep. Items, weapons, please. Thank you.
You have to leave already?
Ooh.
Happy to make a sale.
Double whammy.
Time to say goodbye. As a GSM master merchant, I can.
Okay.
I'll show those stumps back home. I'm gonna be a business tree. It's smaller than Quixel.
Let's do this first, because you always get your money back. Usually. Oh, there we go.
Gift at any price.
Moving up in the world.
Okay. Rock. Feathers, please. Uh-oh. Seeing it have a little bit of trouble with animations, so I think we need to reset.
Not all Jabalians are pacifists.
Okay, let's do that real quick. Okay. Alright, Curio it is. Very nice. It's good too, so is that. Actually, we have several means of slows, so let's actually keep you in there. Good. Good. Okay. Yeah.
Now that's a bargain.
Let's go to the docks, get more weapons. Alright.
I should warn you, I am like other Jabarians.
Oof. This is gonna be a rough one. Yep, this is death. Yep.
And I still lost.
Weapon. Perfect.
Size dilutes the brain. Mind, shall I grab it for
Okay.
you? You want to buy that? I mean, excellent choice. You're a
A little expensive, but that's fine. Let's get some skills, because we have none on day 8. Sure, why not? Probably rock again, so we could potentially get a feather. Okay.
It's all about motivation. You gotta know what you're fighting for.
With a good enough defense, you barely even need an offense.
Yeah,
If you wield
okay.
it well enough, a shield can be its own kind of weapon.
Hmm. Okay.
My dreams are too big for you to steal.
Oh, wow. Oh, and he's slowed. That's annoying. And no crit, so I just lose. All because of the slow. Jeez. Okay.
A solid gem.
Crit.
Glittering moments.
Yeah, why not? Now at least there's a 50% chance. 61% now. Health. Yeah.
This pork roast's almost done.
I would never debase my wares by haggling. Ugh.
No weapons, no weapons.
You want something big and ugly?
That's a joke. Come on. Okay, let's do that again. Isle. Oh, come on, dude. 61%, you haven't crit twice. Jeez.
You seem like a nice person. Maybe too nice.
If I don't have what you need, help you find who.
It's too expensive. It's not bad though.
For you, bring it back. I want you to be happy.
Things are so dull. Let me brighten them.
Well, okay.
Are you sure? Noticed I'm huge?
Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Okay, another crit, please. Damn it. That is incredible.
Always here so distracted. Out of focus.
Okay. Oh. And I get to lose a place because this game just keeps feeding me garbage. That is actually insane. Okay, well.
No kings,
I don't even know. Vanessa. I just don't know what to do in this game anymore. Like, it's just like, what is this? What am I supposed to do with this? This is all bad. I guess I'll just take the steel. And then there's a non-weapon item. Alright. Right, like that does anything. Okay. Oh. Let's see how it goes. I just don't know what the developers expect you to do. It's like, they say the game is balanced, but two classes suck. On one class, the itemization is so bad that if you have 4 bad items at the start, you basically lose. I don't understand it. I don't know why you would build a game like that. Like, I understand everyone was playing this class before. Everyone was playing Vanessa before. Oh, I didn't even get an item. Wow. Okay. I mean, this doesn't help me. But the hand axe is actually bad. I don't know. Because I feel like if I get this now, I just lose. But if I get this, I also lose. Just go with the hand axe, I guess. Small, aquatic, or medium? Medium.
If I don't have what you need, I'll help you find who does.
Do we bother getting cutlass, or do we do shark claws? We're gonna try and make cutlass work.
I want you to be happy. You should know I'm a bit of a legend.
But as I was saying before, I mean, Vanessa used to be like everyone's pick, right? And then because she was so good, they nerfed her into the floor. But it's to the point where, like, you can basically just never play her now. And And I mean, it's not that you can't play her. You can. But you have to get really lucky with what you get. And most of the time, your items are just awful. And then the game pushes you in a certain direction and then doesn't allow you to pivot. So by the time you realize you need to pivot, you are losing. You're losing so bad that it's just like I don't even know what the point of doing all of that was. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Sharpening stones. Sure. Get you up here. Well, actually, before that, do that. Health, toughness, shields. XP. Okay, we're gonna go for Tent City Mare and hope that we get augmented weaponry. That might save us this game. Okay. 10%. Not very good. Very good. It's a good start.
I'm finished with fighting, but I can help you enjoy the thrill of battle. Well, you can. And when you carry my weapon, I fight alongside you.
Okay. This is working out pretty alright. For now.
Come on in.
Maybe we can get 2 more items here.
So, how about this weather? Oh, you're leaving. That's good.
It's with any small items. So that's good. And then we'll put you here.
We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobodies.
This might be okay.
Boring.
It's got more HP than I do, though, but should be fine.
I can see your
Okay.
places, but
Good.
chasing you.
You fall like a boulder. Another empty chest, waiting to be filled.
Well, if we're going leftmost bronze, we want to upgrade you, so it's a little bit of damage. Small weapon.
I'm Quixel, Master Merchant, or spy from Barcoon instead. He actually cares about this.
Okay. This is small. Well.
No sale. I want what's right for you. Just toss that on my back, and I'll trot it to your door.
I don't know if we can beat the Scout Trooper. I think we're just gonna go with the Scrapper. Honestly, anything we get here is good, but ideally we want either the wire or the club. Club would be pretty good. Okay. Any small item's fine, but club's kind of the best thing that we could get.
As spineless as a jellyfish.
Small
I would never
items.
deface my wares by. Shall I gift wrap it for you? You want to buy that? I mean,
All right.
excellent choice.
Yeah, spare change so that we can just continue to pump. Go.
My fight isn't with you. That is you.
We don't have the best economy, but
You do see these tusks, right?
hopefully we can get like a crow's nest soon or something like that. That Regal Blade hurts a lot. I think they've actually got us on this one.
Pencil, I bet I'll see you again.
Oh, what the hell?
Ah,
8% crit.
the rest of the tyrant's gold.
Yeah, that would happen, huh? 8% crit. That is crazy. Alright. Well, it's not a weapon, but it's small, so that works. Gumballs is actually amazing here. Okay. And chocolate bars.
What you
Brawler.
looking at? I'm gonna hand it to you. You're good.
Oh, wow, that was
Overall,
actually really quick.
we barely got our flags up.
Aquatic. Yeah. Ooh. That's interesting. Huh. Question is, do I switch it out for anything? If I do this and I do that, I know damage goes down a little bit. But then I have that. Let's see how that works out. Tools, I guess?
Weapons? Well, that's up to you. Ooh, I saved that one from Curio's junkyard. Cleaned up real nice.
We'll hold on to that just in case.
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms. Go ahead, underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
6 seconds, okay.
I paint my ship red.
Dang.
But I don't.
That actually probably would have killed him if it wasn't for the weather glass.
Waiting to be filled.
Leftmost silver. That's a significant damage boost, so yeah, that's worth it, I think. Just get rid of you. Chocolate. Let's do more of the same. Probably good with the noble.
Look into my eyes. Good night.
Oh,
Any
nice. We got the skill. Perfect.
The Bazaar's a crazy place, right? Now, if that doesn't work out for you, come back for a refund. Do you have to leave already?
The bazaar is filled. It is paradise.
Yeah, let's get a little bit of crit.
Makes Ryucon mad.
Weapon. Oh, wow.
Today you have become slightly less weak.
Well, you never know.
Ryucon is proud.
Okay.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
Oh god. What is this? Really? Even after I froze him, I lost by 60 health. That's crazy.
How do you hugelings use these things? Okay, now sell me something. Something huge. Ms. Worth says I have to trade even when I don't care.
Ooh, the keener the blade, the quicker the fight.
Okay. I don't think we beat Lich. We're doing pretty good, but not that good because we're not winning our PvP fights. Alright.
It's over already. We barely got our flags up.
Size dilutes the brain. Mind is highly.
Wow.
I think that suits.
Okay, we'll keep in that for sure.
Remember, diamonds come in small boxes. Tell everyone you got it here. You're a smart one for your size.
Slow, non-weapon. I guess we just get an item. It's a good one. Silver tier.
Haha. Now this will inspire the crew.
Alright.
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on the ladder.
Oh gosh. He's doing a weapon build like me. Okay, we should get him here. Very nice.
Lamb legs make you predictable. You move in straight lines.
If you
More small items.
You can't afford it.
Okay.
Ooh, the keener the blade, the quicker the fight.
Whoever said money can't buy class had neither.
Ooh, large. You have a crow's nest?
Little sentient.
Do. But I don't really have enough to buy it right now. I would be short with everything that I've got. Which kind Florida isn't really what I want right now, so it's kind of too bad.
They tell me it's a
Come to steal my potions, filthy beast.
Skill would be nice. Rapid Thaw, please.
Compost, I am not.
Okay.
See that plank? Walk it.
I won't fight that war anymore, but I'll teach you how.
Yeah. Scrap. Guess we go with income.
We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobodies.
Okay. Should be all right. Nice.
Bravery without strength is a sword without a blade.
More chocolate, yeah. Haste slow.
Not
All right.
so fast, I'm living in your future. No, I won't tell you what happens.
All right, let's try again for the thaw skill. What are we at for augmented? It's already doing plus 77 damage. And with exonerable, we're slowly building up our crit, which is nice.
You got me, stem and all.
Cool.
Pathetic. As spineless as a
Can't
jelly.
use that, but that's okay.
Ah, a friend. I mean, a customer. I get it. You're busy. Enjoy your purchase. Do you have
Could actually be good. Okay.
Why so fight?
Oh, perfect.
This money. What should I do with it?
Sure, that doesn't really work. Okay. Let's try
My
that.
fight isn't with you, but if you insist, you should know I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago. Defeat does not
Just
defeat
barely.
me.
Okay.
You fall like a boulder. I flow like the waves.
Small items, small people. I love them all.
Well, I don't have enough for that. That would be nice, though. Wow, now we're actually not finding that stuff. That's actually crazy.
Waste of gunpowder.
Not bad.
Cast aside your deathstruments! You are enough, friend. But I'm glad you bought this. Your aura guided me to what you needed.
Okay. Gonna try that out. Yep. Gumballs it is. Okay. Let's hope for the best.
Captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
Oof, this is gonna be a pretty scary one here. Nope, I'm dead. Too much slow.
Time is an endless nap. Who are you again?
Okay.
I'm on the edge of the planet.
Even though that's not really the best one to go with, but whatever.
The way of the needle is clean, precise, merciful. Strike an inch to the left, nothing. An inch to the right, everything.
Experiment it is. This is so annoying. Come on. Are you serious?
I might need to cut back on the
wow.
saw cost me my arm. The last time I ever went cheap on tools. Maybe you've already got what you need. No pressure here.
Just close your eyes and grab something. While you're doing your part to clean up the bazaar.
Alright. Let's see
Go
how
ahead.
that goes.
Underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
Feeling not too well on this one. Nah. Nope.
Haha! We could use you in the fight on Pelago.
Well, that's something. Actually, for that, now that we're done with that one, let's switch gears real quick. Let's get in like an hour of Final Fantasy or something. Oh, this stupid thing again. I hate when that comes up. Let's see, 7th. Let's get rid of that folder. Perfect. Okay. There we are. Oh, I forgot to actually update the title. Let me do that. Done with that there, and oh, it would probably help if I could spell, huh? There we go. Okay. Oops. I think the last probably help if I move my mouse. I think the last time we were trying to get the wig. Pretty sure. Is it here? No, it's not here. It's the gym, which is here. Yeah. Switch, cancel, okay. Okay. Yeah, let's do that just in case. If I remember right, this guy screws up like 1 or 2 times, so... As long as I can keep my cadence, it should be fine. Yep. Nope, well... Oh, cool. Alright, great. Alright. I think that's everything. At least as far as the key items, so we have... let's do that. I don't think we can arrange anything in here. So we have the dress, the tiara, the card, lingerie, cologne, the wig. I also had them put makeup on me. I think that's all we need. I don't think there's anything else. That should be it. Hello? That was weird. Alright. I know some text boxes and events take a bit longer to load into, I think because of the mods. So alright. I'm pretty sure that's everything. I mean, well, we'll find out soon, huh? I like that my shoes haven't changed on the overworld model, you know? I don't remember if there's anything that you can get around here. I want to say no. No. I think we can go into that door up there. Can't go in there. That's the Dawn's room, so I'm pretty sure this is the only place we can go right now. Yep. I like how there's just like a torture chamber here. And that's where they have you wait. Yeah, I really don't want to know what Barrett would say. If anything, he'd probably berate me. Okay. Okay. I mean, I could roleplay this either way, right? Yeah, let's just do that. Why not? Even though it's very not canonical. Oh collectibles, Phoenix. Perfect. I don't remember where you can get Aerith's staff. Oops. I know you can steal it. I think it's in Sector 5 or something. It's one of those. Actually, oops. Can we put anything on you at all, Tifa? I don't think so. Okay. I think that's the sense materia? I don't know. I was gonna say, did I change its position? I'm pretty sure she's in the back line, but... Let me just make sure. Yes, okay. Steel. It's like a rare mob, I think. Don't ice that guy. That didn't really do a whole lot either. Nice critical. Nice cover. Okay, so you can steal potions from that person. High potion, very nice. Oops, nope. There we go. Echo screen. I think these things disappear when you attack them. Yeah. Couldn't steal anything. Oh, well, okay. Is there a way to get down there? Oh, those heavy ethers, okay. Cover. Oh, we already stole from that one. Okay. Perfect. How do I get to there? Oh, I see. Just being dumb. Nice. Oh, all right. No, nothing there. Here. Here. Don't think there's anything up there, so... Okay. Oh, come on. What? Ah, fine. think there's one more area, and I'm pretty sure that's where the guy is. Yeah, because we have to actually move some trains. Well, we might be here a while because we need to sort of grind out the, I really want to get that item. Nice. Was that 90 XP away from a level? What the hell? Oops. Didn't see what that was. Well, it was something. I think we... That should have unlocked cross slash? Nice, okay. I think we do this one first. Then we have to go all the way around. Get this thingy up here. Okay. Oh, nope, didn't want to do that. Alright, and now, unfortunately, the grinding begins. baddest dude. Okay. Bro, why do you get like 4 turns in a row? What the hell? I honestly have no idea how much HP this thing has. Oh, come on, please just steal. Oh. Okay, so it has around 300-ish HP. 300 to 400, so... Okay. I'll just keep that in mind. Hopefully we find another one. Oops. Let's do that. Okay. Oh man, this is long. Okay. I was gonna say, that's a long time to run around and have nothing happen. Okay. Phew. Stealing not going too well. Oops. Oh. Oh, she can't even do it. Alright. I can't believe I killed that guy just because I didn't know the amount of HP he had. That's annoying as hell. Ghost hand. Oh, interesting. Come on, rare monster. Show up again, please. Ah. Okay, so that's what you can steal from. Neat. Oh, there we go. Somersault. Perfect. There we go. Okay. So I know this thing has around 300 HP. It's gonna be annoying to fight, but of course you would do that. Alright, from here on out, we're just gonna try to steal. Nice. Okay, perfect. I believe the striking staff is actually really good for Aerith because even though she's attacking from the back row, it should still, the way her damage is calculated, it's almost like she's from the front, if I remember correctly. Something like that. Perfect. Alright, well that wasn't too bad. That's about what I wanted to get out of that. I was gonna say, I swear, if it's making me fight another one of those afterwards, I'll be really upset. Yeah, so she's doing frontline damage from the back, which is really good. Actually, is Bacteria going to level soon? It's going to take a while for that to level. Yeah, not quite yet. Alright. Oh, I might have screwed this up. Guess we'll find out. Okay. Let me check to see. Did we? Okay. It did automatically remove material. That's good. Okay. We'll actually do that. Cover. Keep lightning. Oh. Actually. Tifa has no space for offense. Okay, that's kind of weird, but... Okay. These guys have potions, okay. Back. Oh, pincer attack. Guy's almost dead. A lot more HP than I thought. I don't think you can steal anything from him. No, he's got nothing. Okay. you get more context for why everything happened in Remake, it's actually kind of really interesting. I mean, it's messed up all the same, but okay, these guys have potions. What about the house? That's kind of what I'm wondering. What item does the house have? Kind of curious. Oh, actually nothing. That should do it. Yep. Okay. That should be everything in there, so that'll be fine. Let's head over. Try and get back to Aerith's place so that we can check on Marlene. Okay. It's so comedic. That guy is so large in comparison. Very tragic. Yep. Okay. Oops, there we go. Okay, not bad. I think we're going to try and get to the Shinra building, and that's probably where we'll stop. But until then, there's like an upcoming puzzle section that I do not like. So we'll see good. Okay. I know we have to get something. I think we need to get some batteries, if I remember. But we can't do anything unless we go up. Before we go that way, I think we can get them here. Let's buy one. Let's get an upgrade for Tifa. Think we talk to this guy? Okay. Right, so we go here, then we go across there, got it. Which, that's a huge banner, by the way. I don't know how we're carrying that around. It's an extremely contrived puzzle. This is the part that is gonna suck. There we go. Oh wow. You know, I've never done that first try before. That's crazy. That works for me though. Oh man. Can I go back? Will it let me? I don't think it will. Which means I've missed out on that chest forever, I think. Oh no, I can just go back. Can I go back to it? It's not gonna let me do that. Oh well. I don't even remember what that was. But I totally forgot that that was there. Oh well. It is what it is. Actually, well, let me go down this this way? Oh, it does. Nice. Oh, it was an ether. Wow. Can I get it again, I wonder? Nope. Too late. Yeah. There we go. Not bad, not bad. I honestly thought I was going to spend a lot of time on that, but very surprised that that's not the case. Here's the question, do we go through the front, or do we sneak in? I mean, it's really not fun to take the long way, right? But anyway, this is the hopping off point, so let's save real quick. I always forget to reset that once we go back, you know? But not too bad today. Got a lot done. Well, I think we got a lot done. We did a pretty decent amount of runs in the Bazaar. And got some Final Fantasy in, which was really nice. Appreciate everyone that stopped by. You guys are always awesome. And I hope you have a good rest of your day and a safe and happy new year, which will be coming around in just a couple of days. But I'll see you guys in 2025. Have a good one, be safe, stay warm, and I'll see you guys later. Bye-bye.